Left,
Last video I made, I got 1 million as a result of
left, left. Ek kry 'n ander foon waar ek die comment kan sien. Ja, ek weet, sorry, ek het nie geweet nie. Van nou sal ek koel en reg wees. Nee. Right, and everything is set up. Sorry for the couple of things we had to get. Right, and everything is set up. Sorry for the couple of things we had. And then we've got some reverb. Fantastic. So this is a one-man show today, guys. So it is interesting. So we are on YouTube as well as Good Morning Max Razor on YouTube. And we are on TikTok as well. And here we go. It is a countdown for 12 hours. How's it, Matthias? Are you here to see me suffer? Okay, Max says the sound on YouTube is doing something funny. I can't figure out what the something funny is. Let me just turn up the volume so I can hear. Okay, I got a solution for the problem, but you guys are going to have to give me 2 seconds. And let me go and find the solution. But you guys are going to have to give me 2 seconds. And let me go and find the solution. But you guys are going to have to give me 2 seconds. Okay, let's see if I can solve this problem quickly. How is the audio now? How is the audio now? That seems better. How is the audio now? That seems better. How is the audio now? That seems better. So now I've just got a bit of distorting going on here. And there we go. Fantastic. Problem solved. Okay. So, Jackie, aka Skobajaku, thank you very much for that, that supply there. Sorry, I was fighting on the side on the side here with the audio with the YouTube thing. Samba, thank you for that update there. Fantastic, guys. So we are live for 12 hours. So this is going to be an interesting one. This is going to take a while. So I'm checking comments on both sides. Does that solve the problem? Samba, I never had the tablet sound on. Everything running through the. I never had the tablet sound on. through the J5. So I just want to see if that might be where the... Yes, you are going to have echo because I'm trying to listen to the sound as well. Okay, so how's that? I'm sure that I think that should solve everything. Right. Sport guy, I'm just busy sorting out some technical issues and then I will be 100% sorted. Simba, well, I don't know what else to do. I don't know if that solves the problem, maybe. So remember, I told you guys there's a... Yes, YouTube will be delayed because it's going through another server. So YouTube is delayed from, is a bit delayed from the TikTok. TikTok goes straight onto the server. YouTube goes to Camo Studio, then to the server, then out to... Okay, cool. Matthias, if you can just give me an update there, is the audio on YouTube acceptable? That would be a great help. Otherwise, I need to find another microphone because the YouTube setup is a bit more technical than the. Thank you very much, Sports Guy. We appreciate that. So let me quickly jump in with that. So as you know, the Backer Buddy is just a revamp of the Backer Buddy that has been running. So I can quickly check. I want to give an update on all the donations that we have received so far. So I don't know what is going on, Sports Guy, but I do not show your... It might take a while to update. But so far the donation list is Andre, who made 2 donations. Thank you very much. Negroni, thank you very much for your contribution. Patty Courtney, Pikey J, thank you. Dylan and Ethan, thank you very much. Then we have 2 anonymous donations. And then Jake Shepherd, our regular viewer, thank you very much, sir. So, right, guys, let's get into it as normal. So, I do realize I have to go until 20 past 10 instead of 10 o'clock tonight because it took us a while to get the technical things sorted out. Thank you, Kim Bassett. That just got you a block, my man. Okay, there we go. So, right, what are we talking about today? So I just put that banner up there so that everybody knows what's going on. Mora 375. So, guys, for those of you that want to, there is we are running on the YouTube channel as well. It's the same live stream. It's just what is the conservation project? Okay, we are setting up educational live safari platform to educate people about conservation that is sorely needed. And then using the live safari platform, the funds raised from that is going to be funneled towards various conservation projects, whether it be anti-poaching, whether it be animal relocations, whether it be funding breeding centers, um, and so on. So, guys, if you want to help in the profile, I have changed it this morning that the link in the profile goes straight to the Backer Buddy. On our profile on TikTok is a link to the Backer Buddy campaign. So let me just see. I've been running around and getting everything ready. Adnan, I might agree with you on climate change, but please explain, why is animal conversation a hoax? Animal conservation a hoax? So just explain to everybody what the funds from this Backer Buddy will be used for. It is laid out in the Backer Buddy campaign, but we have got one last hurdle to get over, and that is to obtain a vehicle for the safaris, and we have decided to go with an electric vehicle, which is much cheaper than buying a conservation of nature, all nature. So everything from rhinos through to wild dog conservation, through to cheetah conservation, we are serious about it all. Barry, we're going to try 12 hours. Yes, definitely. So the target for the fundraiser is a cool 300K. Um, and so far we are, as of this morning, we are on 8,747. 74, sorry, 74. Being dyslexic there for a moment. So, guys, I am gonna put a thing out there. If you would like to contribute, and you see your way into contributing, please contribute on the Backer Buddy. We are currently based on Somkanda Game Reserve, which is a community-owned reserve in KwaZulu Natal. 375. It was a loaner vehicle. that vehicle was loaned to us, and we are pushing this forward because of the fact that we had a lot of requests because we wanted to integrate the electric vehicles into anti-poaching. We had a lot of requests from anti-poaching units that are interested that we are going to push forward and try and get the electric vehicles so that we can do that. Um, well, technically sport car, yes, but it's not recommended. Because I'm still boxing with this. Well, technically sport car, yes, but it's not recommended. I'm still boxing with this YouTube thing. If you eat too much of it, yes, you probably will get sick, like with line. Luron Kriel, this is I work for Spirit of Declare. This is our project that we are running, but we are based on some Kanda Game Reserve. Luron Kriel, this is I work for Spirit of Declare. This is our project that we are running, but we are based on some Kanda Game Reserve. So, guys, just give me a couple of seconds. I'm just fighting with this. No, they can walk right up to my house. In fact, we heard them on the live last night. They were just in front here. I just want to check a couple of things here quickly. sakes. So I hope that solves the problem. I hope that solves the problem. So let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. So I tell you guys one thing. I'll tell you guys one thing. The most frustrating part of this whole thing is I'm learning very quickly to hate technology. So I will have a system where I connect, use a specific mic and whatnot on YouTube, and it works perfectly today. And tomorrow you set it up exactly the same, and then you have all kinds of issues. It is super frustrating. So 51 MPH, we are working on an education channel about conservation, and to use that channel and those live safaris to raise funds to support all kinds of conservation projects. Not necessarily one specific project. So if we know of an anti-poaching unit that needs assistance, that's where you go. Sports guy, I'm in the middle of the live. I'm not going to just start following everybody. A big problem as well, if you follow too many people, then I tend to follow accounts that is in the same industry. On my personal account, that's a different story. If you follow too many people, then I tend to follow accounts. Okay, there we go, guys. Finally, I've got the. So we are based on Somkanda Game Reserve at the moment. Somkanda Big 5 Game Reserve. It is a community reserve. So there we go. For those of you that want to go to check what's happening on the YouTube channel, the audio on the YouTube channel is now fixed. Silly solution, but it is fixed. Right. So I'm focusing on TikTok at the moment. That because we don't have any viewers on YouTube yet. Fantastic. From Queen Elizabeth National Park in Uganda. Shout out to Uganda. Guys, I hope you're going to do a better job protecting the 17 rhinos you got from Africa Parks than you did protecting your previous rhinos. How's it, Dan? How you doing all the way from the UK? Thanks, man. Thanks for joining. Nope. No animals are kept separate. All the animals roam free on the reserve. So, yes, it's a good possibility that I come walking out one morning and there's a lion lying in front of my house. It does happen. Yep, it's South African. It's not Aussie. I don't know why people confuse us with Aussies, though. Yeah, Ivy, it gets really entertaining when you have when your front door is growling at you early in the morning. Yes, it has happened before. Um, it's not an uncommon occurrence. I've actually bumped into lions walking back from my vehicle to the house. Easy, you just don't move. Let the lion do its thing. They'll eventually back off, and then you make your way in, or you just divert direction and you go in the back door. In my case, the back window. Right, folks, so later on, I do have some materials. The reason why I went live on TikTok and YouTube, on YouTube, I have the ability to share screen and so on. So I do have some things that I have put aside. That because a lot of times we talk about things and people don't believe us, and it helps a lot if I can share a screen on YouTube and I can actually show you what we are talking about. There's evidence for all of that out there. So I must say, this morning I was very disturbed. I was pointed in a direction to go check something out. And wouldn't you know it, the poachers are so blatant, they actually have their own Facebook groups. And I'm going to be showing that a little bit later to see just how despicable these poachers are. Cody, yeah, no, and that is the biggest fight. And what people don't always realize is it's not just our rhinos that get poached. It is everything. I've got photos on this group of them killing aardvark. I've got so ivory poaching elephant poaching in southern Africa has decreased a lot. The focus from the poaching for profit guys is now more on pangolins and on rhinos. And we are trying very hard to solve the rhino crisis issue, and we'll see with the new minister in place if he's going to support those efforts. I must be honest, it's from an article I read last night. I do believe there is a... Okay, so Gaddafi, I just have to correct something there. So the species that are functionally extinct is the northern white rhino. The southern white rhino is still doing very well. I've got my entire media set up here, so we can actually follow up on that. Let's just check Sandy's website quickly. And we are estimating, counting everything in captivity or in the breeding centers and the rhino farms and so on, is about 16,000 white rhinos remaining. The black rhino is a different story. They are only 3,725. That has been counted recently, and that's according to Sanby. So Sanby keeps a pretty good record of animal numbers and so on. So that's the go-to if you want to check numbers. In South Africa, we're looking at approximately 2,000 black rhinos and approximately 12,000 white rhinos, which neither of them is very much if you think about it. So we are very lucky on this reserve. Ollie, the most dangerous animal in South Africa, the most dangerous animal depends on what you talk about. If you talk about animals in general, it's a toss-up. But the most endangered mammal in South Africa is a riverine rabbit. Less than 250 of them left in the wild. Well, Cody, that is why we are pushing so hard on this fundraising. We need to get this project going. I would love to get this project going by December. Ollie, well, that's up for debate. I would argue that the most difficult animals to repopulate onto reserves is cheetahs and wild dogs. For the simple reason that everybody is obsessed with the big five. So they introduce lions as alpha predators first, and then it becomes very difficult to successfully introduce wild dogs and cheetahs. Thanks, Cody. So, yes, guys. It is the first push today. However, it is not the last. I will carry on doing these long lives and pushes and educational lives until we reach our goal. There is no turning back. Giving up is not an option. No, the wild dogs is a specific species. We are talking about the African wild dog. Nikki, we've got a channel with exactly the same name. It is Spirit of the Clo. The logo is a little bit different. It's a bit more colorful. But the Spirit of the Clo on YouTube. Yes, they live in packs. So what I was saying, it's a separate species. Lycon pinctus. So it's not just feral dogs. A domesticated dog that goes into the wild and lives in the wild is called a feral dog. A feral dog. Maya, so far we are up to 8,000 of 300,000. So yes, people are donating. And every little bit makes a difference. Yes, the wild dogs is a native species to sub-Saharan Africa. Lycon pinctus, direct translation of the scientific name is the painted wolf. And incidentally, guys, I still make the mistake of calling them wild dogs, but we are actually trying very hard to change the terminology to talk about painted dogs or painted wolves. Because the name wild dog has got a very very weird connotation to it. And it's also, people make mistakes. You can't blame Ollie for asking, is it a separate species? Because when you just say wild dog, it's not very descriptive. Are you a conservationist? Now, I would rather call myself a wildlife educator, running a program to fund conservationists. I don't like the word conservationist actually, because there's so many people calling themselves conservationists that are just focused on one single agenda. And when I say agenda, it's 90% of the time something that's not even remotely in the right direction for conservation. So, yeah, Cody. So that is a definitely a problem. Maya, when I say working with an agenda, I'm talking about groups that call themselves conservationists, but they're spending millions and millions in lobbying to stop hunting. Hunting is actually a very big contributor to conservation. So you would actually be destroying more conservation orientated work by stopping the hunting industry than you would actually. No, there's no correlation between wild dogs and hyenas. Well, not just pest destruction hunting, trophy hunting is actually the biggest contributor to increasing animal numbers in the world. So, and that's why I say people calling themselves conservationists, but they are with a personal agenda. They look at no data when it comes to stopping hunting. They only look at they only say that, yeah, but we believe it's wrong to kill animals. Good day from Montenegro. Hello from South Africa. Maya, so yeah, I can speak Afrikaans. Maya, so there's a massive difference. They're not even in the same genus. So they're in a completely different genus. In a nutshell, the Indian elephant is a descendant of the woolly mammoth, and the African elephant is a descendant of the North American mastodon. All of them, Ollie, all of them, but out of all of them, I would have to say elephants. Elephants are really cool. I like my ellies. So on the face off, Indian elephants are smaller. They got a more rounded head. And their ear shape is completely different, and they also tend to have more of those pinkish blots on the coloration, where African elephants tend to be more uniformly grey. They've got larger tusks. They've got the ear that resembles the continent of Africa, much larger than the Indian elephant ear. And then they are in general just bigger and more aggressive. What is the cutoff age for anti-poaching? Well, that depends. I know some guys that are in their 50s that work in anti-poaching, but for new recruits into the field, it depends on which anti-poaching unit you're working with. They can all set their own standards. How's it, Janet? How are you doing? No, they are not the same species. It's a nice case of what we call convergent evolution. It's the same thing as with white rhino and black rhino. If you go and look at the genus of white rhino, it's the Ceratorium simum, and on the black rhino, it is Bicornus. So convergent evolution is a term for animals that are genetically distinct, but have evolved to look similar because the traits are advantageous. So you've got two separate lines evolving the same features. Convergent evolution. So for those of you that are interested, on the Facebook page or on the YouTube live, I am currently showcasing one of these Facebook groups who like to brag with all the animals that they've poached. And it's mainly guys who go poaching using dogs. And it is quite horrific. So currently on the screen there is it looks like a nyala or a bushbuck. And yeah, it's just. Matthias, it's not encouraged. It's not encouraged to put them in the same enclosure. Um, they do have different behaviors, but yeah, I think in a zoo setting, what has happened in a lot of zoos is the fact that they are all social animals, and with a lack of a social structure due to a few number of animals in the zoo, they can they tend to embrace the company. King Badger. So with the work I do, I also have a lot of information of such, and how the dogs are caged is also, yes. It's not just a concern of what these guys are doing with these hunting dogs. It is a case of the dogs are also, geez man, those things are in horrible condition. At the moment, it's the cheapest I can find, because until I get this project running, I have no income. So if you just page through these groups, it's horrible. I mean, here's a video playing at the moment where um, they're showing exactly how they're hunting with these dogs, and how to hunt a gems, and how they're hunting a gemsbuck. So it's not for the faint-hearted, and they happily recording it. DSD, please elaborate. International funders is a bit difficult. We are. Let me explain it to you this way. So a big headache that we've got at the moment. The government wants nothing to do with this project. Um, so let me explain it to you this way. We're getting a lot of headaches coming from both within the hunting industry, in the tourism industry. Not everybody sees the benefit of good education, good conservation education, because let's be honest, the mistake that we made, and I don't believe it's a mistake, I'm saying the mistake that we made is we point out the lacking in conservation on both sides. So I regularly speak up about things like guides driving off-road, the fact that tourism entities are mostly owned by big corporations, so going on a tourism safari doesn't necessarily contribute that much to conservation. So yeah. No, it is not legal to hunt a lion in a cage. It is absolutely disgusting. And I don't think it should be even legal to hunt captive bred lions. I think the captive bred lion hunting trade should be stopped completely. So, I got donated some venison biltong yesterday, so I think the extinct animal that I'm the most curious about is there's two of them. It's the woolly mammoth and the thylacine, the Tasmanian tiger. Tasmanian tiger, yeah. So just to go back to that comment earlier about they being bred to be hung on a wall. In principle, I've got no problem with the taking of a trophy. I do have a problem with the taking of a captive bred trophy, because that's just morally wrong. So there's another photo that I discovered on these groups, and what I find very disturbing is you look at these Facebook groups, and these guys are basically bragging with the animals they've killed. And the photo I'm looking at now is a little jackal that's been torn up, that's been killed by these dog hunters. I almost said a nasty word. Natty Zuma, no. I suggest you buy a dictionary and see what is the difference between conservative and conservation. We are talking about nature conservation. It's got nothing to do with politics. You see, guys, that's the mentality out there. They don't understand the world. Was Dion George doing a good job as environment manager assisting in fighting canned huntings? In that regard, he was. With the rhinos, he was doing a very horrible job. DMS, no. We are based on Somkanda Game Reserve in KwaZulu-Natal. So I don't even know what to say about Natty Zuma. This is from Africa. It's got nothing to do with the Americans, with the American politics. So I'm flabbergasted. DMS, it's Colossus Bioscience got involved, and I actually support it if they can find a way to use their de-extinction technology to recover the species. Why not? And once again, I just have to put the caveat in there. People need to stop talking about the last two white rhino in Kenya, and call them what they are. They are northern white rhino, because you create the impression that all white rhinos, there's only two left. But we've got about 12,000 southern white rhinos in South Africa that we take great pains to take good care of them. Peter, I don't get it. Is that supposed to be a compliment or an insult? I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you. Exactly, King Badger. It's still a problem. It is a problem, and we need to work on it. But now, just to give you guys, since about 10 o'clock, so I've got 11 hours to go. Actually, 11 hours and 10 minutes to go. But just to give you an idea what we're fighting against. If you guys head over to the YouTube live, and I'm currently showing how bad the poaching thing is. I mean, yeah, we've got a Facebook post of these guys that go poaching with dogs, and they gladly post their photos of everything to people. Don't understand what it is to cover 18 kilometers a day, sometimes in a day on foot. Well, that's what the poachers do. In general, the anti-poaching guys get dropped off for their patrols, and they patrol small areas. You don't want them spread out too far. So it's not like these guys are hiking millions of kilometers. But now, what I'm pointing out here is what I'm showing here on the YouTube live is there. I'm on the Facebook page. I am the guy identifies himself. He's bragging about the fact that his dogs killed this jackal. He's not gonna eat that jackal. It's just a senseless killing for the sport, to let his dogs tear some wild animal apart. And he identifies himself. He pastes a photo. And what is the police and nature conservation doing about it? Zia down. Conservation is the subject. Polo's got nothing to do with it. Did you see the video of the pit bull grabbing the lion? I saw a video. I'm not 100% sure if it was real though. Okay, so DMS, this is a discussion we had the other day. So in Southern Africa, we've got an interesting situation. So we've actually got too many elephants in the wild. So I'm going to ask the question I asked everybody back then. Himothy, I'll answer you just now. What do you think about animal circuses? So I'm going to ask you the same question I asked everybody that night. So please come up with a solution. If we take all the animals out of the circus, then what are we going to do with them? Watching stuff? I'm really getting concerned about the American people, and I'm starting to think Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing, because that is not at all what we're discussing. So, what are you trying to accomplish? Morning, Kay. DMS, let's be honest, the American government spends way more money on their nature parks than we do on ours. There's another horrible photo of a bushbuck. It's just Gummy Bear. So we are based on Somkanda Game Reserve, but the project supports conservation in general. So it does not go to a specific. The current fundraising is so that we can get our live safari live. So it is to start the program. But once the live safari is running, the funds from that is not going to one specific reserve. It goes where it is needed for conservation. So let me explain. So if we know that an anti-poaching unit on another reserve needs funding, we'll help them. If we hear that there is a cheetah that needs to be relocated so that we can increase the home range of cheetahs, and there's no funds for the relocation, we'll contribute to that. It is not for one specific park. So we are based on Somkanda Game Reserve in KZN. Even a vet for an animal, yes. Vet bills can be expensive, guys. It costs in the region of about 20,000 rand every time you want to dehorn or trim a rhino's horn. The website is currently under construction. We're revamping the website. But you can go check. There's a link on my profile that explains what this fundraising is for. It is for the Back a Buddy campaign. Roy John, yes, there are still circuses in South Africa, but the South African circuses were pretty good about getting animals out of the circuses. They don't do that nearly as much anymore, especially with the elephants. Yes, but that was for poor management. I do honestly think that zoos are not a bad thing if run properly. They definitely contribute to conservation and education. Hey, I got to keep myself sustained if we're going to be this long, live this long, Susan. So it's important. Nothing like a little piece of kudu. No, me too. So I'm kind of disappointed. The YouTube live is a bit slow. The animal rights that I talked about last week, guys. There's a lot of people who's in all my lives, and I know I talked about the animal rights activists who's got their head up their backsides sometimes, but and I did talk about the Koi, whatever. Heard this argument before. Anybody that uses this argument is a despicable human being. Koi, then why are you talking about it so much? This is about conservation. It's got nothing to do with politics or World War II history. Get your head out your backside. Trevor Phillips, are you watching Springboks tomorrow? I might. Roy, well, yeah, we wish that too. I mean, what are we trying to conserve? Nature, wildlife. Okay, but keep in mind, King Badger, those rhinos were poached, not hunted. Koi, you're just going to keep on getting ignored. Now, you're not doing your due diligence. You're arguing like a protractor all around your own backside. Because let me explain something to you. So in South Africa, the national park that everybody knows, the Kruger National Park, was actually established. The first part of it was actually established in 1880, 1888 to be exact. So, why were we conserving wildlife in 1888 if your contention is that people only invented it in the 1930s and 40s? Because you got your head up your backside, that's why. So, Flash's fish tanks. This is for the Spirit of the Clo live educational safari. So, SK, if you go into our, let me explain from where we are now. So, on our profile, there is a Backer Buddy link. The Backer Buddy link is to fund the program with equipment, a vehicle, and so on. And then, once the live safari goes live, the revenue generated through social media of a live safari is going to be used to fund various conservation projects. And I say various because I can't tell you that it's going to go to that organization, because the reality is that organization doesn't always need money. So what we will do is on a regular basis post updates to let viewers know that, okay guys, so over the last month we have raised so much. So much was used for running the live safaris and the system. Therefore, there was so much left, and it was donated to that project in the form of this piece of equipment, or it paid for the relocation of that animal from there to there, or even it paid for that reserve to employ 2 more anti-poaching rangers, or whatever the need of conservation may be. Why? I like that color. It fits perfectly into the surroundings. King Badger, Top Dog just wants to have his voice heard. Didn't have anything particular positive to contribute, so he just said what came to mind. Yeah, I agree with you. Knowledge is power, but those that don't share their knowledge are no better than the uneducated. It's because we have people that don't share their knowledge that we have got people around that express opinions and want to enforce their opinions on the conservation world without having the actual knowledge. How's it, Debbie? How you doing? That's your prerogative, Ewan. Great, guys. Greetings, 4x4. Gareth, how you doing, bud? So we're an hour and a half in and my backside is still surviving. So let's see how this goes. Topic is in general. I'm just letting everybody know I'm pushing hard. That everybody knows the Backer Buddy is in the link on our profile. We are also live on YouTube. So open discussion, guys, as long as it's conservation related. King Badger, that's exactly what we are doing. The biggest barriers that prevents us from taking pro-environmental actions is, like, if I can give you an example, let's take the elephant crisis in Madikwe. So the reality is that the only real option is we need to cull elephants in Madikwe, and pretty soon we're going to need to cull elephants in the Kruger as well. But we can't do it because misinformed people that don't understand the consequences of an elephant overpopulation is jumping up and down and saying, you just want to kill elephants. You just want to hunt elephants. They don't understand that culling is not hunting. They don't understand the effects of what they are arguing for. So to remove those barriers, we need good educational platforms. 4x4, yes, I believe there is. That goes linked with your diploma in nature conservation. But let's be honest. If I'm sure you work in the industry as a guide, how many guides have you met that claim they are better guides because they've got a nature conservation degree, and then they still don't understand that half the problems facing conservation has got nothing to do with the work on the ground? Hey, Richard. Actually, King Badger, the majority of that meat will go to the surrounding communities. So the other problem that I have, 4x4, Jabulani, because they are severely mismanaged, because the people were put in charge that doesn't have the experience. That's why our zoos has gone backwards. In my opinion, elephant tastes a bit like beef, a little bit more gamey, and it's actually not that bad. So Gareth, the other thing that I wanted to mention is I'll give you a good example of why I get upset with these conservation graduates. So I was working at a lodge, and one of these guys were working with me, and I was talking to a guest and explaining to them that they asked about fires. And I said to them, well, because we can't rely on natural fires, and fire is part of the ecosystem, we do control burns. And the question they asked me was, how often do we burn? And I went a bit into detail, and I said to him, what, on this reserve we got a couple of different eco zones. So as a rule of thumb, it's about once every 4 to 5 years. But there are areas that is a bit more sensitive that you burn maybe once every 7 to 8 years. Depends on the ecology of the area. And this guy barged in and he said, I'm sorry, ma'am, let me just help you right. All burning takes place every 3 to 4 years. That's how it works. And later on, I said to him, listen here, why do you bug in and give my guests wrong information in front of me? And his answer was, as a conservation graduate, I can tell you that although your information was right, you were giving the guests too much information because they don't understand what it's about. So you just give them a basic block of information. And I'm thinking to myself, and that's exactly why the public doesn't know what's going on in conservation, because our conservation graduates are taught to treat the public like idiots. Who said to you that guy who's got a doctor, who's a heart surgeon, he's not going to understand what you explain to him? Yeah, 4x4, I think we do. And that's probably why why I hope I never have to work at a lodge again. Because I can't see how you can do your job as a guide when you are confined by what you are allowed to talk about, what you're allowed to teach people. Cheers, Badger. I actually think both of them are just a money-making scheme. So if I can explain it this way, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're collecting the subs and the fees, and they're collecting a lot of fees from new students, but they're not doing what the industry needs them to do. And yes, I am. And what I mean by that is, do you remember a while ago there was that big thing that broke in the Kruger with the guy that had the leopard on the bonnet? And that kind of went viral. Now, in my opinion, that is 100% the guide's fault. Because let's be honest, if that leopard comes walking up to your car, all you have to really do is turn the key and give a bit of gas, and the growling of the engine will keep it away from your vehicle. Once you're in that position, I don't talk politics on this thing, Angelo, so yeah. I suggest you go find another South African on Alive and ask them about those things. But we try very hard to keep politics out of the topic here. Zeus, thank you very much. So, and then the big thing that nobody mentioned in that whole thing that I was concerned about is, now let's say you get into that situation as a guide and you now got this thing. You should be wide awake because, as a last resort, if that thing goes for your guest, your job is to grab him and make sure he goes for you and not your guest. But instead, we've got the guide sitting behind the steering wheel with his phone, clicking away. He's not going to react if that leopard does something. So, my question is this: why did Fagasa not address the matter? I actually found a comment made on made from one of their accounts saying, "Oh, that must have been an incredible moment." Instead of saying, "Mr. Guide, you are a registered member of Fagasa. Please appear in the office on Monday." But now, in the interest of being all honest, well, they can revoke his membership from their organisation, can't they? That's within their purview. They don't have to glorify it so that all their members see it on the newsletter and think, "Oh, we're all supposed to do it." What does that membership do? It pays for the CEO of Fagasa's new BMW. That's what your membership fees do. And unfortunately, they are. Unfortunately, they are in the same. All the lodge owners are complicit in that whole Fagasa scam. Because if you go think about it, you don't need to be Fagasa registered to register as a tour guide. The Department of Tourism doesn't give a flying crap about your Fagasa certificate. They want your Casita qualification. They want your PDP. They want your first aid certificate. That's it. And they need a letter from some kind of assessor if you're registering in a new province. Jabulani, if I may ask, how do the numbers when it comes to wildlife injuries? You'll have to explain what you mean by wildlife injuries. Injuries to wildlife or injuries caused by wildlife? So exactly. So they don't need your Fagasa qualifications, but yet all the lodges ask, we want to see your Fagasa registration. Why? Technically, if the government says I can guide without it, you are. It's an illegal request to say, but we want you to be part of that organization. So yeah, this whole Fagasa thing is, when Fagasa started out, and I first learned about Fagasa, we're talking here in the early 2000s. Things were different. If you were a Fagasa member, there were benefits to being a Fagasa member. You got discount on. Okay, those days there was still film development. You got discounts from uniform providers. Your Fagasa card, they negotiated a thing with Sandparks that you got a discount on your entry fee into a national park. Things like that. All of that is gone. And to explain to you, the funny thing is, I worked with a gentleman who left the guiding industry for about 10 years. And then he went to, no, but I mean, they don't even do that anymore. Um, but this guy, he left the guiding industry for 10 years. He ran his own business. He lost his business. It had nothing to do with guiding. And he came back to guiding because he had no other option. Great guide, great knowledge, everything. So the lodge said, yes, we want to employ you, but you have to become a Fagasa member. So he contacted Fagasa and said, okay, right, I would like to register again as a whatnot. And they sent him an email back and said, listen here, bud, you were a member and then you let your membership lapse. So therefore you haven't paid your subs for the last 10 years. So unfortunately we can't reinstate you until you've back paid all those subs. I mean, what? He wasn't in the industry for 10 years. Why the hell do they want the money? Because it's all about the money. Jabulani, so people that get hurt by animals, there is nobody that really keeps count of those things. So the best is to watch the news. So it goes through these spikes. So beginning of this year, we had quite a few elephant attacks and things like that. As for animals that gets injured by humans, that happens on a daily basis. Poachers putting out snares, poachers using dogs to bite animals to death. And then they're not discriminate. I mean, they're killing stuff like jennets and jackals and stuff that they're never going to eat. Look at that. There I've got a photo. It's showing on YouTube now. A photo of a serval that was killed by these poachers. Sorry guys, I'm just answering the question. What's the live about? So if you're on the YouTube channel, so there's a bit of a delay on the YouTube channel, just to let you guys know. It takes a bit longer to broadcast. Great trolls by the thousands. I'm really starting to worry about the human race. Okay, bye. How's it, Sahil? What time is it? Yeah, 11:46 a.m. Jabulani, yeah, 4x4. The reason why the quality is low on YouTube is because, well, actually, I'm looking at it now on another device, and I've got actually a pretty good picture. So please elaborate what you mean by YouTube quality is low. We're the same conversation that we're happening here, just with some visual aids. Sweet meneer, have a good one. So let me just check that quickly. I just want I'm trying to listen to the feedback. Gareth, what is the yeah? So there is unfortunately nothing we can do about the delay. And I now see what you mean by the thing. So the thing is, on TikTok it goes straight from the phone to the server. With the YouTube live, we have to go from the server from here to the Camo Studio server, from the Camo Studio server to, so it does create quite a delay. Ask no questions, hear no lies, Gareth. Too late. So the thing is, it's not the internet speed. It's the fact that the signal is routed with YouTube lives. It's routed through various other servers before you actually see it live. So on YouTube, it's normally like live minus 30 seconds. Hey, we got a good core of regular supporters. Hey, we got a good core of regular supporters. But I must say, I have noticed that during the last week or so, we have got a couple of more names that pops up regularly. Gareth 4x4, you are one of them. Zamboni machine. Debbie, do you mean my passion or the fact that I'm too stupid to give up? Oh, just checking. Gareth, you know it can be construed in very different, in a lot of ways when you use the word special. Um, okay, let me check up here quickly. But so Gareth, did you see those photos on the YouTube live? I mean, there we go. On that one, we've got a warthog. In the very next photo, I've got it on screen, and it's going on screen now, so you should see it in a minute or so. But there's an aardvark that these guys killed. And my question about this still stands, that how is it possible that these guys go on there and promote what they're doing on a Facebook page? They identify themselves. It can't be that difficult to track them down, and yet our authorities aren't doing anything about it. There we go. There's another one. Looks like a bush pig and well, that's the thing. We need to ask some questions to Meta, because this is basically poachers bragging about what they've killed. There's two duikers. Um, what is that? I can't even make it out that is on that photo. Let me try and see what that is. Looks like a greater bush baby. Porcupine. A jackal pup with a wire around his neck. And then for those of you that want to be shocked, head over to the YouTube channel and quickly see that photo I've got on there. And it should be. It is on my side. You see, that's the confusion. I always log into a separate device to watch the live on YouTube, and on my device it shows perfectly, and then everybody else says, no, but we can't see this, we can't see that. So that's confusing me a little bit. Okay, have a look quickly, Debs, and then you tell me what is shocking about that photo that I've got up there now. Yeah, I also prefer the TikTok crowd, Gareth, but the problem is, the last time I did a live safari on TikTok, um, I was banned from going live for 7 days because they said it's not gaming related content. Ja, 'n lekker stukkie kudu. Good on you, nephew. Right, guys, just a reminder for the new joiners. So, I am from KZN in South Africa. We are we are working very hard to fund our conservation project. So, for those of you that have the ability, we would appreciate any donations, no matter how small. You can look in our TikTok profile is a link to a Back a Buddy campaign, which is a trustworthy fundraising website. I'm about 42 k's from Pongola, on Somkanda Game Reserve. Yeah, so I must be honest, our live safaris here can be challenging, but it's a good thing for an educational safari because a lot of it is very rugged, very. Debbie, you have an apple, I have a biltong. So, Goofy, I'm not even going to argue with that. If you go look in a dictionary, the word gay means happy. So, yes, I am a happy conservationist. So, now try a different insult, buddy. Opinion on them badass honey badgers. 4x4, it's off topic, so I'll have fun with those comments. Opinion on them badass honey badgers. They are definitely badass. One of my favorite badass animals. And hopefully we're going to see a lot of them on our night drives. Just heard some splashing and looked over, and there's a mommy warthog standing outside the water, and the baby warthogs are in the pond having a time of their life. Actually, Debbie, if you go through the photos, there are photos of, if you go through that group, and any. Why rotate the camera? For the warthogs. But I would love to. But that YouTube camera that I can rotate is way over that side. This camera is so secure on here to make sure it doesn't fall off, because I'm paranoid about that. That it's going to take me about 7 days and 7 nights to get it out of the stand it's on. But let me try. Let me try. You guys are going to see a whole bad side of living on the bush now. There we go. There we go. So I hope you guys saw the little one there. And just excuse the washing. We have to do that type of thing as well. How's it, Guppy? I have to ask, where did the idea for the name Guppy come from? Well, it's not really a pond. It's like a little. The accommodation we are staying in used to be a guest accommodation. It's like little rondavels, and each one of them has got a little cement dam in front that you can fill up. That we for drinking holes. We don't have a lot of permanent water sources on the reserve, so a decision was made to put the few man-made ones close to where the tourists stayed at when it was still under when it was still used as a hunting farm, and yeah, it's just kind of stayed there. I've actually got a cool terrapin that's living in there. How he got in there, I don't know, because when I got here, I cleaned out that whole thing because it was full of sand and there was nothing in there. And the other day I come walking out and he's got lekker sitting in the sun. Yes, Debbie, it was. Short story, consumption of way too much alcohol in my young years. Okay. Drink like a fish. No, so the reason I ask is it's normally a thing in uniformed circles, so in the police and the fire department and whatnot. If a guy's got the surname Visser, he ends up being well. 4x4. I actually think there should be an overlap between the two. I think that we should prove that if we say that hunting is part of conservation, there should be no problem with doing both on the same property. Yeah, but if you think about it, most of the lodges I've worked at, hunting season tourism is down. So I'm just saying, I think we should make it more not that people think, oh, those people are hunters, they evil, those people are tourism, they're good. We should get rid of that stigma. Exactly, all the winter months. May, June, July, August. You forgot May. Exactly, Star Wars month, May the 4th. What are we conserving? Everything to do with nature in Africa, guys. So this conservation project aims to support all forms of conservation, whether it is endangered species management, whether it is anti-poaching, whether it is public education. Gareth, so I didn't know you did overlanding. Cool, man. I did 3 years with Sunway. St. Lucia is the largest population of hippos in South Africa. So it's a good thing. I just wish people would learn how to behave around them if they end up coming to the town at night. Okay, guys, I'm going to disappear for 2 seconds. I just hear a tree calling my name. And I'm back. Yep, water irrigation, local flora irrigation project, or as Matthias Fire famously refers to it as a bio break. Sweet Guppy, have a good one. Guari. Go. What do you want to chat about the Guari? The fact that it's built-in fire resistance. The toothbrush episode, which I must be honest, divining rod. You mean water divination? Paintbrush, toothbrush, fire beater. Good in you, Bidwell. You mean good luck using it as a fire beater? I've done it before, out of desperation. Oh, cultural good luck job. Sorry, I misunderstood you completely there. Yeah, and then we need to talk about the different species. The magic guari, the blue guari. Natal guari, which we are surrounded by. Actually, I've got a beautiful silver resin bush here right in front of me. And then we also have to talk at some point about the biggest user of funds on this reserve, and that is getting rid of Lantana Camara. Probably the one thing in nature that I hate with a passion. Debbie, there are some out here, but the few I found is unfortunately so far into the thicket that I found them on game trails and whatnot. But 4x4, I have explained the Lantana Camara to the end of days already. Most of the regular watchers and the people in here has been thoroughly educated on why I despise Lantana Camara. So I have to ask you a question, Gareth. What's your favorite overland destination? Okay, so so I'll have to say mine is Namibia. Angola, you're going to see some copies. So I must be honest, my favorite destination on overlands is Namibia. Namibia, all the way from Brandberg to Etosha. Beautiful world. Um, well, I'm just checking who the hell is Quibus. If I find that Quibus guy that's taking over my lives, I'm going to sort him out there. Are you talking about the recent one where the chick was taken off the horse? Hallo Elsabie, welkom in die chat. Oh, okay, about 4 months ago, yeah. My favorite part of my favorite thing about Namibia is Professor Brandberg. I don't know if he's still working there, but there was a local guy, a Khoisan dude, that guided the rock paintings at Brandberg, and he called himself Professor Brandberg. Um, I I I absolutely love his take on the white lady. No, Dol, I don't speak Tswana fluently. I can identify animals in Tswana, and we thought it was a good idea to use the klo instead of elephant. So let's see if I can do this quickly. Check there, guys. Are they still hanging around? Nope, radio controlled pig. Not a warthog, it's a radio controlled pig. Or alternatively, a bushveld staffy. Or alternatively, a bonsai rhino. I'm a bit wary of this particular. Yeah, maybe I should explain, guys. If you look at the silhouette of a warthog and the silhouette of a white rhino, um, they look fairly similar. So hence we call them bonsai rhinos. But this big mama in front here, I'm wary of her because she's got that attitude that you see in very few warthogs. The other day I took the two sausages for a walk and she was around, and I had both dogs go at her. Oh, they were on the leash. Both dogs going nuts, trying to go at her, and she was like standing there, just like dropping the head and giving them this look. And I'm like, okay, you're not one of those that's going to run away. Yes, we are a Big Five reserve, a real Big Five reserve, may I add. Not a fake reserve like a lot of reserves out there. We are a real Big Five reserve. Debbie, yeah, it's not my fault. Roxy, the big sausage, is a bit stupid. She did get out one day and charge one of them, and he did wrestle her a bit. And she was sore and limp for 2 days. And but she just doesn't learn her lesson. And there they go. It's actually cool to watch on hot days like today. She comes down with the little ones, and they've got this little ritual. So the little ones will hop into the pond or the watering hole, and they get wet, and they roll around, and then they get out and they start grazing all around the house. And by the time they get to the front again, they've dried in the sun, and then they hop back in the water, and then off they go grazing again. So let's see if we can show you guys. They are having so much fun. Gareth for a little while, but having a lekker goof there. So I did obtain trails, and I only did trails for about a month, and then I point blankly started refusing to go out on trails because the lack of control in on Fagasa's part, in my opinion, made it too dangerous. Nature Boy, so what are the social justice implications of conservation? What would you like to discuss? I'm all for it. Let's discuss it. Oh, so James. So no, it's not just the 8-packs. I'm talking about these guys putting on videos where they're like 5-6 meters away from elephants and screaming at the things and just taking unnecessary risks, and there's no consequences. And then when I take guests out, then that is what the guests want to experience because that's what they saw on social media. And then when we get back to the lodge and they go complaining to the lodge manager, invariably you get told, yes, but come on, do it for the guests. And so we work, the project supports conservation projects all over Southern Africa, but we are based in, yes, like that elephant attack recently. But we are based on Somkanda Game Reserve in KwaZulu-Natal. How's it, Tilly? How you doing? Thank you very much for the support, man. So, guys, just another shout out to everybody there. To everybody, every little bit helps to get to that target. Oh, exactly. I mean, I was well known when I did overlands. As you know, when we do when we do accommodated overlands, we stay at some lodges, and then the guests go on walks with their guides, and we sometimes join. And I had this thing: I want to meet the guide that's going to do my walk when I land. Vas, good on you, man. Good on you. So I had a so sorry, to get back to the point. I got brainwashed there for my brain went into neutral for a moment. Vas, I'm sure you can. So I would go and start chatting to the guide and say to him, "Come on, let me buy you a drink," and sit and chat and whatnot. And then I've got one very important question. So, gee, so you're the trails guide, yeah? How experienced are you? How many animals have you taken down? And you will get the guide that's like, "Yeah, no, I did this walk and I had to take down a buffalo and I had to take down a this and whatnot." And then I get up from that chat and I go to the lodge manager and I say, "Thank you very much. I need another guide for the walk." Because the ideal is you should have a 25-year trails guide career and not fire a single shot. Thanks, Diddy. So just to let you guys know, so all the contributions here on TikTok, we are also going to push. We forward it straight into the Backer Buddy Fund. To reach that goal, to get these live safaris going. So who is with us on YouTube? 4 people watching, but I can't see who. So for the YouTube audience, how's it, guys? So you're on both. Fantastic. That does help a lot. You can, if everybody streams the YouTube, it will help a lot with promoting the channel. Oh, that was a bit of a oopsie there on my part. So we had that interesting comment about we need to discuss the injustice, the social justice aspect of conservation. But and then they just disappeared. Because unfortunately in South Africa, all we hear about is the social injustice of conservation projects. Gareth, exactly. That's why I was waiting for the conversation to take off, because I can guarantee it's going to be something like, yes, but conservation takes land away from humans. Yeah, because without nature we can't survive, that's why. CJ, yes and no. Hunting done in its purest form is a good way of conservation. However, things like captive bred lion hunting is absolutely no contribution to conservation. So, yeah, so as much as the hunters are jumping up and down and saying that hunting can solve the elephant population crisis, that's also a big fat lie. So yes, certain part of hunting is good for conservation, but not everything as a whole. Social sciences exam. Exactly. That's why I say a big part of hunting, but I'm very wary to say that hunting is the best form of conservation, because when you make a blanket statement like that, but that's the problem, CJ. So, according to the hunting laws in South Africa, hunting a captive bred lion is not illegal. And I'm not talking about canned lion hunting, I'm talking about hunting a captive bred lion. Two completely different things. But it's still not ethical, and it still doesn't contribute to conservation. And the fauna. Hunting is the hunting is the but CJ, hunting elephants in South Africa is not going to solve the problem. You see, that's the thing with people in the hunting industry. They think hunting is the solution for everything. No, it won't help. It will actually create a lot of problems. Because hunters take one elephant at a time. If we reduce the number of elephants, we have to take the entire herd. If you go into a place like Madikwe and start taking one elephant here, one elephant there, one elephant there, the entire elephant population is going to start seeing humans as a threat, which means they're going to start playing soccer with the safari vehicles, which means the major income for the reserve is going to be destroyed because it's going to be dangerous. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. Hunting does protect flora, and that's why I say it does protect fauna and flora, because it's an impetus for the it's a shall I say, it's an incentive for people to leave the land natural and not destroy the natural vegetation. CJ, unfortunately, a cull package you won't be able to sell, because here's the reality. I've seen most trophy hunters shoot, and I've seen culling teams shoot, and the trophy hunters aren't going to measure up. Because the reality is, the current world record, the current record that of all the culls that I've, thank you, Tilly, of all the scenarios that I've studied, the current record is 54 elephants in 2 minutes and 46 seconds. We need people that know what they're doing. Because you need to take the herd down as in all at once. You can't take the herd over 2 or 3 days. another problem in the hunting industry is this push for leopard permits. Look now, in if the population is correct and it can sustain. Actually, Gareth, in the Kruger Park, there was no professional hunters involved. It was the park rangers that did it, and they went through a hell of a selection and training process before they did it. So the reason why I'm clued up on that is, as part of this project, I did a study on the on the KNP thing, and you know that over the time, about 60% of the be that as it may, okay, so I'll concede the point. Let's say my information is wrong. I've got two people that say my information is wrong. I'm not going to argue. There's lots of information out there, so whatnot. But I'm still going to say that then you need a bunch of PHs. You can't sell the package. Because when you sell the package, you're going to get some client who wants to do it. Stopped in 1995. 1995 was the last cull in the Kruger National Park. So the point I'm trying to make, CJ, whether it was PHs that was brought in to do it, or whether it was the park rangers who did it, or whether it was a mix of the two, but the big bull is not part of the herd. The big bull is solitary. You see, that's the other thing that hunters don't want to get into their skulls, is the fact that even if we were to say, okay, let's open it and let's reduce the numbers by letting hunters take big bulls who are solitary, data has shown us that it's not going to do anything for the breeding rate, because at the end of the day, the bulls that remaining will just track down more females that are in estrus, mate more, and they'll produce the same amount of offspring. So, CJ, I know your heart is in the right place, but unfortunately, the hunting industry is not the solution for this one. You see, the thing is, CJ, and that's the problem we've got on both sides of the argument. Tilly, once again, thank you very much. Well, 4x4, it's not my fault you're well educated about conservation. Remember, this platform is to educate the everyday layman on their misunderstandings. You see, the point is we've got 4 million people jumping up and down trying to stop the trophy hunting industry based on false information. If we can give them the right information, then they probably won't be jumping up and down trying to stop it. Same with elephant culling. We've got organizations that spend millions on campaigns to stop parks from culling elephants and controlling the population, where, in my opinion, if they use those millions to pay for the relocation of elephants, then we wouldn't have to cull. But unfortunately, they go on a rampage and they collect $4 million and say, We don't want you to cull, and then you say, okay, right, so we've got 1,000 elephants to relocate. It's going to cost us $10 million to do so. Are you going to contribute? And they say no. No better place to feel alive than in the bush as part of nature. There's a lot of places where that takes place, not necessarily in the bush. Um, but yeah, I think the most incredible feeling you can have, not apart from it, yes. No, I agree. But I was just about to say, I think my favorite thing I like to experience in the bush is when you're out on a night drive, you locate a herd of elephants, you switch off everything, and you just sit and you listen, and you're surrounded by these giants, but you can't see them. And if you do it right and whatnot, then you don't even have to worry that they're going to touch you. They'll move around you. So, Gareth, neither am I, and that is why we have gone through such great length. So, actually, the camera I'm using for the YouTube live now has got an IR function, and we have got a massive IR spotlight. So, when we are going to be doing night drives, I'll only be using my headlights for driving, and I might use a conventional spotlight for spotting. But once I've spotted, then the idea is to switch off everything and observe in the dark. Because let's face it, when you're observing a nocturnal animal and you put a spotlight on it, you change the animal's behavior. If you and the technology is there, and it wasn't that expensive. It was pretty expensive for an everyday dude, but it's not that expensive to be able to film at night. The only drawback is obviously your picture is black and white. Or if you really want to make it look cool, you can have it in green and white, and then it looks like some military night vision type thing. Yeah, if you're in the right area. I mean, if you're in a place like Namibia or even in the Kruger on a full moon, you can drive around with no lights. That's brilliant. But unfortunately, the bush here is so thick. Some of our paths where you go down, the sun, the moonlight doesn't make it through. I just think that's another thing we want to tackle on this project is to educate people on um, is to educate people on what the night drive is actually about. Because, in my opinion, a night drive is not about finding the big mammals and whatnot. It's about the small things. It's the porcupines and the honey badgers. And I nearly did backflips behind the steering wheel the other night. We came back from town and driving down the road in the Hyundai, I came across a water mongoose. You know, the one with the big white tail? I mean, what a sighting. I was doing backflips behind the steering wheel. And not a lot of people understand that that's what a night drive is about. Yeah, it was a lucky sighting because, I've gotten so upset so many times. I've taken the dogs for a walk, and when I walk out my little driving. Then we get to the main road early in the morning. Then you see the tracks everywhere, and you never get to see the animal. And getting to see it, even though it was only for a couple of seconds, it was still brilliant. I actually haven't checked up a lot on it. I did hear that our reserve manager was talking about it the other day. He seems to be quite impressed. I don't have a lot of knowledge on the function of it. So I refer to the expert. If Myron says he's impressed by it, then I'll refer to his judgment. Tilly, thank you again. So guys, for those that are interested, I don't know if Tilly still does his nature walks, but he's got some. He does some cool lives every now and then where he goes for a walk in the Australian environment, and he doesn't mind answering your stupid questions about. I normally ask him something. Hey, tell me about that tree and what the hell is that and what is that? And he's pretty good at that. The penguins that killed around the bottom wire bed. Well, that's a problem. But then again, I mean, even the old traditional fences. I saw a Rads. Of course, I'm a proud South African. Um, I saw a pangolin in at Lower Sabi that got caught up in the fence. So I don't know. Maybe it's not a new problem. I know with why'd you get banned, Tilly? What the hell did you do? Did they revoke your life privileges again? Um, so the problem with the old fences I know was if a pangolin is trying to get through and something scares it, like what happened at Lower Sabi, it was trying to make its way into the camp. Oh, okay. So you're in TikTok jail for 3 days. So so what happened in that case is the pangolin tried to get into Lower Sabi camp, and obviously the people inside were all excited and they started crowding it, and he decided, nah, I need to go other way. And then he started reversing under the fence, and then that fence climbs in under the scales, and then you got a severe problem because then he just tangles himself because now he starts panicking and thrashing and yeah, they're the one that got electrocuted. That was a couple of years ago. I was still in the park when that happened. How's a chicken drumstick all the way from Australia? The animal I'm the most scared of, a bush pig. A bush pig. Everything else I can handle. Those things are just mean. Tali, the thing with hippos is, and that's a common, I call it a misconception. Gareth might disagree. But yes, statistically, it is the animal that kills the most. Drumstick, very funny. Um, statistically, it is the mammal that kills the most humans in Africa. But now you have to take it in context because hippos are, firstly, if you get too close to them in the water, they'll attack you. Second of all, a big problem you'll find is that a lot of the documented cases throughout Africa is happens at night. So, and the reason for that is a hippo safe zone is in the water. So if he's 50 or 60 meters out of the water grazing, and you end up walking in between him and the water, he's going to go through you, not around you. And it's like being hit by a 2.5 ton train with a mouth that opens a meter wide with 40 centimeter long incisors. It's not fun. So here's my thing. The reason why hippos get that bad reputation is because we in Africa are slow learners. Because you would have thought that if your village was next to the river, then you would have figured out by now that walking next to the river at night is a bad idea. But no, we don't. So the hippo attacks are very situational. Same when you see these videos where they attack and bite vehicles. Go look at it. If you look around, there's always the vehicle is blocking the hippo from going where he needs to go. Exactly. St. Lucia, very low human fatalities. No, actually, I got chased into a tree by bush pigs when I was about 27. No, feral pigs are not the same as African bush pigs. But sorry, we don't discuss politics here, and that's a squarely political problem. So. I do appreciate the interaction, but it's just the wrong topic, my bud. Four by four. The reason why we're building the YouTube channel is when it comes to actually presenting the live safaris. Eventually, the YouTube channel is going to be the preferred one for the simple reason that YouTube is the only one that has not given us problem about being in a moving vehicle while being live. The others request that the guy who's live mustn't be driving the vehicle and things like that. And obviously, as the guide, I'm going to be driving the vehicle. And YouTube does not have an issue with that. As well, the reality is that, so how it's going to work eventually is the channel membership will give people the ability to interact with the guide, but anybody that subscribed to the channel will be able to view the safaris, because it is about spreading the education out there. And the membership fees are also going to be. That's another reason why we chose YouTube. Is first of all, YouTube allows us to charge the smallest membership fee. Edwin, it's up to you if you want to support the project or not. We're not telling people they must or they must not. Yes, we are. Sorry, guys, I just need to pop the phone on charge up. There we go. That's all I can say. Thanks, Edwin. Appreciate it. Sorry, I just handed off my water bottle for a refill. What's your small adventure for the day? Come on, share, share, share. Don't make me sit here and wonder the whole day. Ah, well, in that case, enjoy, my friend. Thank you very much for all the support. Yeah, you see, the food from Belgium, that's the part I'm interested in. The crafts, not so much. It's like when there's anything to do with Germans, I'm just interested in the Schweichenhaxe. Nah, I don't drink, so the beer's kind of wasted on me. Suggestion, talk on key conservation topics. The problem I have, Gareth, and I'm not making an excuse here. It is a valid suggestion. The problem I have, there's so many topics, and to pick one. So because it is a long one, I was actually hoping that we would get a bit of interaction from the crowd, and we can talk about what the crowd are interested in on the lines of conservation. Because a lot of I've noticed I miss a lot of opportunities because I'll go online one night and just talk about the legalization of rhino horn, and then in that live, there's a lot of people that ask, but what about this? What about this? What about this? And then I kind of say to them, okay, that's not the topic for the evening. And then the next time they're not in the chat, and you miss the chance to educate them on that thing they had the question on. So it's a difficult one. And let's be honest, guys, without being funny, yeah, and then I just politely ignore it. Um, but quite honestly, Gareth has got a very good point there. And I have said this earlier this week, and I'll say it again. And once again, I'm not making excuses. It's all on me. Is I only got the message yesterday that the Backer Buddy platform was going to be ready for today, or was going to be ready by yesterday. I thought I had to build a whole new platform, and so I decided, seeing as it's ready, I'll go ahead with the marathon live, because everybody was asking when am I going to do it, and I did not really plan it out. I was just saying, right, let's go live and let's put in the hours. But so far, I think it hasn't been too bad. We have discussed a couple of key topics. Oh yeah, that's the most difficult thing, Gareth. I don't want to get into that or name any names, but I actually approached several members of big conservation groups to just for a podcast, and you would be surprised how many of them say, "Yes, I'll come and tell you at our project for a fee." And initially, I actually considered it, and then I said to them, "Okay, guys, Shizi, who's the fraudster? Me. If that's what you are saying, then I invite you to submit your proof, my friend." Um, yeah. So, but in any case, so just to let you know, so a couple of them said, "Yeah, no, we'll appear, we'll be good, we'll be good." But it's going to cost you so fee, and then we thought, okay, so take the fee and present it to, and we'll make a donation towards your cause. And they're like, no, 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 no. It's a fee for me. You need to pay me. I want money in my pocket to appear on your podcast. And I'm like, it's for the good of conservation and for the education and getting the word out there and whatnot. And then they're like, yeah, but yeah, so, but Gareth, I am taking to heart what you're saying, and who knows, maybe I'll invite you to join me for a live one day. Waylon, how are you, sir? I'll buy you a chappy. Although I have to be honest, I think if you and me had a 2-hour conversation about conservation, I think there's going to be a lot of guys who's gonna hate us, because I think we're on the pretty much same page. Shizi, why veganism destroys more wildlife than it saves? Going well, sir. Going well, sir. So we're giving this where we're giving this a long live a go. No, Shizi, you are, because the whole idea that going vegan protects animals is the biggest lie the vegan community tells. That's the first thing. The second thing is the idea that people go vegan because they don't want to kill something to survive. Just letting you know, plants are also alive. They do have defense mechanisms and they react to outside stimuli. So you could argue that they're sentient as well. So you just have a very bad argument there, my friend. Yeah, Shizi, now you see that we can't accept on this platform. So you just won yourself a block. Do natural consequences play a bigger role in extinction than human input? You have to take extinction cases on a case by case thing. So, for example, the Tasmanian tiger or the thylacine, that's 100% human input. On the other hand, you can look at something like a woolly mammoth. Woolly mammoth is a combination of natural and human predation. So that's so you have to take it on a case by case thing. But something like in South Africa, I'm arguing that wild dogs and cheetahs are way more endangered than they need to be because of human management, not environmental factors, because of us and the way we're handling their. Exactly, Tilly. So it's always an overlap. It's always multiple. It's always multiple causes. But in general, the massive the majority, and now I'm gonna just go with the majority. So we estimate that currently it's about 3,000 species a year that go extinct. And keep in mind that's everything from insects to birds to large mammals, whatnot. So the estimation shows there's some sites that estimated between 1,000 and 20,000 and whatnot. But if you take an average over all those studies, then it's about 3,000. And most of them are because of habitat destruction, and habitat destruction is is driven by humans. So, yeah, I guess to a certain extent, you can say the majority of extinction is on the planet currently is driven by human factors. But I still think you should at least take the time to look at the individual species. Ollie, yes, you could make that argument, but I will defer that in the fact that, with the fact that it's not that humans are just taking habitat; humans are transforming habitat. You see, the problem started the human impact problem started when humans started manipulating their surroundings in order instead of adapting to their surroundings, if that makes sense. The moment we started changing the environment to suit us instead of changing our habits to suit to the environment to fit to the environment, that's when it started going sideways for us. Barry, how are you, buddy? So, Gareth, just so you know, Barry is good friend of the channel. Oh, a little bit of everything, Barry. It's a 12-hour marathon live, so it's open for talking points. Brisbane, welcome, bud. So currently, where the question was, is extinction driven by human factors or natural factors? And then we went down the path of saying, but you could argue that natural extinction is that extinction caused by humans is natural extinction because humans are part of nature. But yeah, we manipulate like nature, so we don't adapt to nature, and that's where the problem starts. So just to let everybody know, my interactions with Barry is one of the things that makes us very positive about where this channel can go. Yeah, it is pretty deep, Barry. We're getting philosophical today. Because as much as I defend the hunting industry, Barry's part of the hunting industry. He makes his living from the hunting industry. And we've established long time ago there are things we agree on and things we disagree on. But you know what? We have a conversation about it like grown-up humans. And it doesn't cause fights or things like that. So that tells me that the open education platform is workable. I just want to point out, if it's your Saturday, then you're probably free to do whatever you want. The fact that you're sitting with your phone in front of you is not exactly my doing. Just saying. Barry, we still need to do that podcast episode, and we need to have those disagreement the instructions discussions, because I firmly believe that is the way to go. You say your side of the thing we don't agree on. I state my side, and then people can take both views and make up their own opinion. Fantastic. Yeah, I just got I should get the update pretty soon when Simon is available. We've got an important one I want to do with Simon, because this whole rhino thing and with the minister thing and whatnot, he's quite informed about that. But interesting, Barry, do you think that Willie Oukamp is going to be an improvement over Dion, or... I hope he backtracks on the right issues, and I hope he enforces the right issues. Let's put it that way. First Aussie moderator. How many hours am I in? 3. So I got 9 to go, and I can tell you I'm already moving around like a hare on a hot plate, because my ass sitting still so long. Yes, you did. And now we've got an interesting development with yes, Glasses Cuckoo. I actually saw him fly past. Um, the Now we've got an interesting develop with the background noises because we just had impalas and the little ones moving in between the two houses, and the dogs on the other side spotted them, and they started barking, and then Roxy gets all upset because they bark, so now they're having a fat conversation there. Tilly, so my thing is, what I do is if somebody comes in and they've got an opinion and I think it'll make a good debate, then I invite them to send to send the invite, and I do allow people on. The only thing that's making me a bit wary of just opening panels and just taking all the invites and things is, man, you get so many people who hop into that block and then they come on and then they like, where you from? Very easy, Gareth. I'll show you quickly. You don't have to accept, but I can do that. And then you get if you accept the invite on that side, then you join the live.
So it does create quite a delay.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good morning, man.
It's afternoon.
Yeah, it's all pre-afternoon, whatever you want to call it.
There we go. Okay, so this
Most
is
of the questions, lies, Gareth.
this is a very good feature, and you should use this.
Yeah, no, I do use it from time to time. The thing is, I just stated out, and you might have missed it, but a lot of time people send me invites without saying anything. And then I just say to them, just pop them. If you've got an interesting question in the thing and it's worth the discussion or whatever, then I'll accept your, you can send a request to join the chat as well.
Other servers before you actually see it live.
I think I'm getting a lot of feedback on this. I think let me ring off. You're doing a fantastic job, and I definitely will join.
So on YouTube, it's normally like
yeah, I can hear the YouTube feed in the background there, but
I can hear it too. Okay. No, so the conservation program.
Hey, we got a good call of regular supporters. Hey, we got a good call of regular supporters. But I must say,
the feedback's intense.
Yeah, just kill that YouTube link, man.
During the last week or so, we have got a couple of more names.
There we go. How's it, Georgina? How are you? Yeah, Barry, it's not like I'm really concerned about the rugby. If it was a Formula One race, now, yeah, that would be a different story.
I think that should take care of it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so what I was saying is maybe explain your conservation goal. What it is that you want to achieve. Is it just going to be doing the education?
No, not at all. The education is the main goal. But we do have secondary goals, and the secondary goal is that if you look at a well-supported YouTube channel, like for example, latest sightings. Latest sightings. If you go on the lowest figure that YouTube pays a channel, based on their views, they are pulling between 100,000 and 400,000 US dollars a month.
And where's that going to?
It's going into Nadav's pocket.
Yeah.
So our idea is to say that we want to build the educational channel That is the value we're giving people, the incentive we give them to watch. When they watch, the contribution that we get from that will only be used for two things. Number one, the bare minimum we need to keep the project running. So, in other words, salaries, equipment, and that type of thing. And then the rest of that money, we will be on a transparent basis supporting conservation projects. So the reason why I say on a transparent basis is because we are planning on once a month we'll make a YouTube video and post it where we show people, listen here guys, from all the membership and whatnot, that was the income. That was the cost for running the project. Let's say there's $20,000 left over. We went and we looked at all our connections in the conservation industry, and this is what was
X to rhino poaching and X to this one.
yes. So what we did this month is we gave Somkanda so much money to employ 2 more anti-poaching rangers. That way we're doing something for the community and for the reserve. A Shia cheetah project had an emergency and they needed to get a vet for one of the cheetahs. We've paid that bill for them. That anti-poaching unit there had a vehicle broke down, so we're paying to fix that vehicle. And that's the type
So
of
the
thing.
goal is to get quite a lot of money in, because I mean those things are not cheap. I mean, we just said maintenance of a vehicle. I know that runs into the tens of thousands.
Yeah, look. At the end of the day, I was using a whole bunch of examples there and
Yes, of course, I agree.
whatnot. But
Obviously, your goals are high.
yeah, the goals are high, and but we honestly believe that if we can put the live safari out there and we do it the right way, where it's educational and not just a big 5 chase like the current ones out there, then we will attract the audience to make that big income.
You mean not a Ferrari safari or what are those guys that have the DSTV channel?
Wild Earth.
Yeah, them.
Yeah, so the Wild Earth was the inspiration for this project.
Yeah, so it's sort of like what I think it's eco something. They follow the same type of idea.
Yeah, so Wild the problem with Wild Earth was when it started, it was great because
I see Georgina asked a question that everyone's doing that. I don't think everyone's doing that, Georgina. There's a small bunch of people that actually believe in conservation for the greater good, and that's why it might feel like it, because we've now got social media and platforms to try and actually achieve it.
Exactly, and the other part of it is, like I was saying, when Wild Earth started off, it was great because it was educational. They had one vehicle on Lion Sands, and the guide was actually educating people. They were interacting with the audience and they were answering questions. Now they've got 5 vehicles on 5 different reserves. They're jumping from one Big 5 sighting to another Big 5 sighting, and at the end of the day, it happens so many times. I mean, I watch it regularly. It happens so many times that somebody types in the comment section, asks a question, and before it can even get to the guide, it goes straight through to they switch to another sighting because that Big 5 sighting is no longer running anymore.
I absolutely love it. I think it helped a lot during COVID. I think that's where they got their biggest audience.
Yes, but
I find that there's just so many ads of all the different things at the moment that it's no longer fun to watch.
Exactly, and
that's me personally. That's my view.
And on the other side of it, if you look at what they've done, the progression of their business is it didn't go into supporting conservation.
It went into growing their business.
It went into starting a travel agency. It went into starting a lodge. It went into starting all the things that they can profit from.
Okay, Georgina says we're wrong. Okay, we're all doing this for the same purpose. Okay, I think most of them start out for the same purpose. I think you're definitely right, Georgina.
Exactly.
But they don't all end up in the same place.
But Georgina, and at the end of the day, what you must realize is, if you mean by that comment that you don't do it for the money and we are going to be doing it for the money, I'm not even going to dispute that, because at the end of the day, money is what drives conservation.
Yeah.
Just talking about cheetah conservation is not going to change anything. Paying for the relocation of cheetahs to areas where there's no cheetahs, that's going to change the world. You know, talking about rhino poaching and how wrong it is doesn't do anything. Being able to create a platform that can raise the funds to give that guy the equipment he needs to look after the rhinos, that's going to make a difference.
Well, at least a part of the difference.
Exactly. But the thing is, just being out there and talking is half the battle. Education is half the battle.
Let's put it out there. What are some of the other questions that your viewership, all you guys that are watching this, have? You know, because as guides, I'm sure we can give you a bit more information. What are your questions? Shoot.
Oh, let's see what questions comes in. This is lekker having somebody with me that's on the same page.
Also, it's awesome to talk and not type. My fingers were getting a bit cramped.
Have you seen what the project? Yes, I have seen Blood Origins project with cheetahs. I am a little bit concerned with cheetah project though.
Well, that's about the only sustainable model there is at the moment, so we have no choice. We have to rely on the good of people to donate.
Okay, I just wanna point out something on that thing of Waylon. Waylon, at the moment we are only relying on Good Samaritans to get the project going. Once the project is going, we're not going to rely on Good Samaritans to fund conservation. We are creating a product where all the people have to do is tune in and watch. And that will generate the income.
Absolutely, because if people don't love or appreciate nature, then how are they going to contribute towards it?
Exactly. So my point is, what I'm trying to make with our project is, yes, we are relying on Good Samaritans to get it going. But once it is going, we're not going to run around and be asking for donations or anything. The product we're creating will finance at least the project itself, and in the future it will definitely generate more income than we need that can be funneled into conservation.
So let's ask the question, how long have you been working towards getting to where you are now? So from the start of this idea of yours, how long has it been?
Waylon, it's been a long journey. Me and Matthias have been busy with this for about 2 years now, and it's because there was a lot of things we had to work out and whatnot. So just to give you a quick rundown. So initially, the plan was to actually open like a conservation and education orientated lodge. But then we quickly realized that the drawback with that is you can only educate the people that come to the lodge if you do that. And the reality is the majority of people that is keen and that is interested and whatnot is not able to travel to Africa to come on a safari. And so then we moved to the idea of the online scenario. Willem, it's going for all sorts of conservation. The money we're raising now is going to launch the project. The project will support conservation in general, not one specific project. The other thing is, Waylon, that we are very, very excited about is the way the project is structured now is we are going to be at least once a week opening the platform. So let's say we do a morning safari and an afternoon safari. In the middle of the day, at least once a week, we will open a we want to start a program where any teacher anywhere can contact us and say, listen here, I would like you to take my class on a virtual safari. And then you can focus on that class, what they might be learning about at that time, or whatever, and you can make it more interactive so the kids can ask questions and whatnot. Because the reality is, the conservation field is struggling because a lot of kids that would have loved a career in conservation doesn't even know it's an option because they never get exposed to it.
Well, the other side of that is to get into conservation. If you look at the cost of obtaining an NQF certificate today, it's not like it was years ago. It's expensive. It is, it's a price of a small car.
Exactly.
And that also blocks a lot of people from actually joining the industry.
Exactly. And one of the projects we're dreaming of running is one of the things we would like to do eventually is have the platform at such a stage where we can start some form of a bursary. But
you're going to go through CETA with it. That's going to be a lot of red tape.
Look, the thing is, at the end of the day, it's a lot of red tape, but it's worth it.
Absolutely. No, I follow that. So just for the people that have joined, I see some have joined. I'm just a follower. Arthur Villa, he's the main guy, and he's just invited me to the chat. So the question is, ask us as guides, what are your questions? Are white people safe? So I don't think that's relevant.
Yeah, not at all. Georgina, what bush do you know? Well, I've guided most reserves in the SADC countries as I was an overland guide at first. I worked in the Kruger Park for 8 years. I've guided in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape. The only province I really haven't guided in a lot nature guiding is Western Cape.
Oh, that's where I am.
So the point is, and as for the thing is, I've said it many a times, I'm not a big birder. I've got no problem giving other guides a chance to join the platform to help educate people on birds. This is not about my ego and promoting me. This is about promoting conservation.
That's also a good question. Why aren't we talking to schools? Or you guys talking to schools now? So the simple reason is, at this point in time, Waylon, we have got a lot of schools that are sitting and waiting with bated breath. But I'm going to be 100% honest with you. In the last 18 months, I haven't earned a salary. I don't have the means at the moment to get in my car and drive to a school in another province and go do a talk with them. Once the project is up and running, we can fund things like that. So Georgina, Gareth is one of our followers. He is also a guide. So far we have raised, let's hit onto the platform here. We have raised 8,747 Rand over 300,000 gold. And then obviously all the gifts we're getting today, we still need to transfer into that fund. Barry asks, where do you guide, Gareth? West Coast.
Waylon, now you guys made a significant contribution, but I'll quickly go through it and tell you who the donors are. So we have got 1, 2, 3 anonymous donations that total about 600 Rand. The biggest contributor is Ashley McMillan, who donated $200 to the cause. Negroni syrup. One of our followers here donated $100. Andri donated 400 rand in 2 different donations. Jake Shepherd, he's also one of our followers from the UK. He donated 500. Paddy from Ireland, who follows us, also donated 200 rand. And then Dylan and Ethan, 2 school lads, through their eco club, they donated 200 rand to the project. And Sarah, she's an educator from the Free State, if I'm not mistaken, and she donated 1,000 rand.
That's fantastic.
So yes,
Is there pirates?
Sorry.
I see the question is there pirates? I have no idea what you mean. Is there on the West Coast? I don't follow soccer, sorry. The West Coast, pretty much from Cape Town all the way up Skeleton Coast.
Waylon, you can check on our on the profile on the TikTok account. There is a link to the Backer Buddy platform. So just to explain to everybody why we are using the Backer Buddy platform for crowdfunding and not something like GoFundMe or whatever. GoFundMe, Indiegogo, and all of those places, when you run whether you run a conservation project or not, they take a significant portion of the funds you raised to fund their platform. We have spoken to Backer Buddy, and because we are a conservation project, Backer Buddy actually, if somebody donates $100, we get $100. They don't take a cut of it. They do, however, give the donors an option if the donors want to contribute $1 or $2 to keeping the platform going. But the point is, they don't take any of the funds raised for conservation projects. It all goes straight to where it's supposed to go. So, but just a question, Gareth, are you doing like overland safaris?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
Private groups, overlanding, so not with any specific reserve. It's private tours.
Oh, fantastic! That's awesome, man. Yeah, so we are one of the reasons why we started this program is because I think you were there when I told the story the other night. You know, when Matthias was on my vehicle, we kind of Gareth, Georgina asked you must contact her, please.
Okay, sure. Georgina, I think if you tap on my name, you'll be able to send me a DM or private message. Just pop me a number and I'll touch base with you probably on Monday. I'm going to be going out shortly.
You know, and you know, Matthias realized that because I did a lot of things that I was talking about, a lot of subjects that a lot of lodges make taboo for their guides. He asked the question, but won't conservation be a lot easier if all the people actually learnt all that stuff? And it's actually, you know, I get a lot of taps on the back for this project, but the big driving force behind it is actually Matthias behind the scenes.
I don't know, maybe you want to bring up another topic.
Yeah, who's got a question there? Who's got a question there? Come on.
I'll ask you one. What was your scariest sighting that you've been involved in?
My scariest sighting. So I wouldn't say it was a sighting, but and I have told this story before. Barry, we'll jump into that now. Let me just quickly tell the story. So me and Matthias, he was in South Africa, and we did a drive, just as friends, private vehicle going through Slesui, and we passed Elephant Bull in Must, and no incident, whatever. We went past the bull, and about half a k down the road, we saw a vehicle that was standing there with a flat tire, and somebody else had already stopped to help them change the tire, but it was two elderly couples, and the one lady decided the turn-off went to a little picnic spot. So she walked about 300 meters away from the cars down the road to the picnic spot. And she was enjoying the view there. And I looked out my window and I realized, but that elephant bull is heading straight for her. So I said to Matthias, listen here, somehow we need to get our car between the elephant and the lady. And when we got to take the corner where the car had the flat, the car didn't fit. So we couldn't get around the corner to go and warn this lady and protect her. So I'll admit, without thinking, I got out of the vehicle and I charged the elephant.
That's
So there was this brake mark moment where the elephant turned and came straight towards me. But luckily by that time Matthias had managed to get through the bush, so without me knowing it, I was standing in front of the elephant and the car was about 2 meters behind me. And eventually the elephant was so confused he walked off in a completely different direction. But the way that elephant was running towards that person, and Gareth, you'll understand exactly what I mean when I say he was heading towards that lady with his trunk tucked under his chin, his ears folded back, and his head down.
Head down. That's when you know.
And I just instinctively knew that if something doesn't grab that thing's attention, we're going to watch that lady get trampled today. So yeah, not one of my finer moments.
I've been in a similar situation where the head drops, but people don't realize, if they've not seen it, they look like gentle giants, but they on a dime can reach 40 kilometers an hour. Something that big and massive, they lose quickly.
The reason why that story is kind of famous on the lives is because I always add in the bit that, you know, as time slows down and you remember what you were thinking about standing there. What I was thinking about is, if this elephant now comes for me, I'm going to have to run for it. And then I looked down and I realized I was wearing flip-flops. And I was thinking,
you ran up with your flip-flops.
And I was thinking to myself, yeah, that's now your brightest moment ever. Put yourself in a situation where you have to run for your life in a pair of freaking flip-flops in KwaZulu-Natal sand.
Could be worse. It could have been Crocs.
No, Crocs, you can switch them over to sport mode and go for it. But flip-flops don't even have a sports mode. So
What would
yeah.
you say is your best sighting then?
My best sighting ever, and the one thing that I will never forget, and that changed the way I guide actually. Do you remember Prof Pinar from Veld Focus?
I remember the old chap.
Yeah, the old chap with the glasses. So I was guiding at a lodge in Pilansberg, and he had terminal cancer, and his family brought him to the lodge for his last bush vacation. And he arrived the Friday afternoon, and they pre-arranged with the lodge that he's not doing well, you know, he's in a lot of pain and whatnot, but he would like to go on safari. So I built this contraption to get him on the vehicle, and I'll never forget it. I drove out of the lodge gate, and before I even turned onto the main road, I saw this Impala go past us. And I was still sitting there wondering, where the hell is the Impala going? And the next moment the wild dog came past. Whoop. And I realized it's on. And we followed those wild dogs chasing that Impala for about 2.1 k's up the forest road. And they took the Impala down in the road in front of us.
And it's only minutes. I've actually witnessed one. It's
it's minutes and the Impala's gone.
Yeah.
And so we went back to the lodge, and the thing that changed the way I see guiding was, so while they were having dinner, I walked up to them to arrange for the following morning safari. And I went to him and I said to him, Prof, do you need me to get you to at the room or whatever? We did arrange for a wheelchair and whatnot, to have a wheelchair at the lodge and whatnot. So do I just need to give you a WhatsApp, a wake up call, or do I need to come fetch you at the room and whatever? And he said, and he turned around and he said to me, Butti, I'm not going on safari tomorrow. And I thought, it is his last safari. Let me try and convince the guy. And the words that came out of his mouth, I'll never forget. He turned around and he said to me, I'm fully aware that this is my last visit to the bush. Can you promise me that you're going to show me something better than what we saw today? And I said to him, no. That was a once in a lifetime. And he turned around and he said, exactly, that is how I would like to remember the bush. So the rest of the weekend, I'm going to sit on the stoep and chill. And
that is impactful.
It is impactful because that's where I learned it's about quality, not quantity. I'll rather, and from there on, I've always been guiding on the principle that, I'll rather sit with a fantastic view of elephants at a watering hole, swimming and playing and whatnot for 2 hours, than to see a glimpse of a lion for 5 seconds because you're just racing from one sighting to another. It's all.
Other questions, guys?
Barry had a question there.
Yeah.
So he asked, so now with the hope of trading rhino, and what does that mean for the parks? Well, Barry, I think it's a very important thing, because obviously if we can kill the price, if we can establish the legal trade, we can kill the price on the black market, it will have an effect on the amount of poaching because it's just not worth it. I think it will have an effect on the park population of rhinos, because now that the breeding farms can be properly funded, we can go back to John Hume's original plan by saying, yes, I've got this breeding herd that I'm nurturing on this farm and harvesting the horns, but as they breed, the excess can be used to replenish the populations in the national parks. So I think it will have an overall good effect for the decrease in rhino poaching and an increase of wild population.
There's a flip side too that I was talking to somebody that's involved in the rhino poaching. It was like one of these seminars that I went to. The syndicates, I think, Vietnamese syndicate.
Yes.
Once it's legalized, have a very good opportunity to buy out all available rhino horn and then pull it to Beers, where they start managing it like De Beers manages diamond. So, there's two sides to that's the worst that can happen for rhino.
I get that, but at the end of the day, if the syndicates buy all the horns from the breeding programs, it means that they have a supply where the animal doesn't get killed.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, for the rhino, it's still a win.
No, I suppose that's a good way of looking at it. I didn't look at it like that before. It's a very good point, Arthur.
Would you push to have them harvesting from the parks as well? Barry, I would not push for it, but just an interesting note. if you go look at the government gazette, I've got a copy of it. I'll send you a WhatsApp. If you go look at the government gazette, they've already gazetted a plan to legalize the sale of horns harvested from wild rhinos by 2030. And if you ask me, that's why Dion George was backpedaling, because he knows that if they open the legal trade now for the breeders and for the wild rhinos only in 2030, by 2030 those horns from the wild parks is going to be worth a fraction of what they're going to be worth if he keeps the breeders from selling his horns.
Waylon is right. There's a lot of corruption, but at the same time, there's a lot of tax revenue that the government will be collecting.
And I just want to point out one thing. If you go and read the determination of the court in the last court ruling, it has to be the permits have to be managed under the following conditions. Every rhino horn that is sold has to prove by a DNA test that it comes from a living, breathing rhino in the project. And the other caveat that people missed is that the court ruling also states that a guy like Vickers Diedrichs, who took the case to court, cannot personally profit from the horns that he sells. The profits gained from those horn sales has to be audited, and it has to go back into the conservation fund for the rhinos. So it has to pay for running the project. It can't go into his pocket for a new Land Cruiser.
Well, the other side of it is how you're going to manage that, and the answer to that would be in time, because you don't know what all the loopholes are that these guys are going to find.
Yes, exactly. So I'm gonna repeat what I said the other night, and that Joshua got very angry about. But the fact is, guys, we've been trying this beefing up security and making it illegal for 25 years. Rhino numbers are dropping like a rock. It's obvious that we need to try something else, because what we are currently doing is not working.
There you go. There's a nice comment from Martin, and I agree. I wouldn't be talking to you if it wasn't the same. I think we have a very similar outlook on nature.
So, Gareth, I just had an idea. Actually, Matthias sent me a WhatsApp while listening to our chat, and I think he's got a cracking idea. So, if we get these live safaris up and going, what's the chances that we could collaborate with you at some point and maybe head down to the West Coast and do a couple of live safari episodes with you in your location?
There's always an opportunity. What were we talking about earlier? What's my feet? Chappies.
That's it. I'll at least pay for the rump steak.
No, I look. It's for a greater purpose and one that I support. We can definitely talk. I'm open to it.
Great, because that will also make it fantastic. If we make connections like you across the country, then we can always say, for a week, we go to that area, and for a week, and then we can really educate people on all the ecosystems. We can get different guides' viewpoints on the show, and
we got 9 biomes, right? That you can actually focus on each biome and the conservation efforts in each one. That's probably a good thing to look at.
Well, actually, we've talked a bit deeper than that. Is if you look at it, just the Kruger has got 7 different ecozones. So within a biome, there's different ecozones. So
you can break it down.
Yeah, so you can make it so interesting, and there's so much knowledge out there that can be shared.
Simon always said to flood the market and drop the demand. I agree. It would drop the demand initially, I think.
I don't think
there will always be a demand.
I have to be honest. Economics 101. Once the demand is there, it stays. I do think that increasing the supply would severely diminish the value. If you've got more supply than demand, then the value goes down, and that's where our trick lies. Because Now the poacher can't be paid 25 grand for killing a rhino because they're probably only going to get 25 grand for the horn. So when you go to a poacher and you go to a local guy and you say to him, we're going to pay you 2 grand to go kill a rhino, he's going to say, what? Me go in there and risk getting my head blown off for 2 grand? Are you nuts?
Yeah. Well, I mean, talking about those poachers, that's a completely different topic. I mean,
Barry, that's a Sorry, Barry
Sorry.
just posted a fantastic idea there. I am in contact with Vickers. Let me float that past him as well.
I agree. I think just looking for your audience and what I've noticed on the comments, I think a lot of people seem to be like-minded and appreciate what you're doing. So from my side, thank you. It's nice to see the voice coming to light. I think I'm going to blast off your 12-hour now.
Enjoy it.
Good luck.
I'll have my backside suffer in silence.
Good luck to that. And yes, guys, keep the questions going. It makes these lives worth it. I know everybody doom scrolls on these things. I thoroughly enjoy these lives. Thanks for the invite there, Arthur, and we'll touch base. We'll talk again.
No problem. Thanks, Gareth. Thanks for your input. I always value another point of view.
Okay. Have a good one. I don't know how you disconnect me, but go ahead and do that.
I'll do that quickly. No problem. Have a good day. Enjoy your Belgium day.
Thanks a lot. Take it easy, guys.
So, Barry, are you next? Because you've just got my head rolling, you know. One of the things that we do want to educate, that we do educate people about, and the conservation topics that we talk a lot, is what the hunting industry does for... okay. But what the hunting industry does for conservation. So if we can... If I was just thinking your idea with Vickers, it might be worth it to go to a couple of well-known hunting ranches as well. And see and show people that the money that is brought in from trophy hunting, how it is spent to further the animal population, or to Waylon, it's okay. It's a test run. It's just to make sure that my backside can handle the punishment. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do it from a supine position on a comfy mattress. True. Could be worse. So I just want to check something here. So it might affect the YouTube feed for a while, but I need to check this message I just got. Yeah, Barry, that could be arranged, but yeah, depending on what type of hunt it is. If it's you know how I feel about certain things. I would never platform that on my channel, but I would platform a proper walk and stalk of a buff, not a problem. Yeah, while there's hunters on the property, yes, I agree, and also show where the meat goes. And how it supports the local community and talk to the people from the community working there and what it actually means for them. Yes, I agree on all of those points. So very interesting. I'm hearing thunder in the background. So this is going to be fun. Maybe setting up outside was not one of my finest moments. Right, guys. So what's the next topic? What's the next question? I like that idea, Barry. I like it very much. So guys, I just got a notification from TikTok that we had that we've got like 18 message requests in the inbox. I unfortunately can't respond to those DMs while I'm on the live. What do you think of the gorilla tracks? I don't have a problem with the gorilla tracks. They're doing great thing for awareness of things. And the reality is, those gorillas have been habituated to humans viewing them long time before tourists got involved. The scientists studying them had a lot to do with that. So I think it raises awareness about the gorillas. It creates safe zones for the gorillas. I think it's a fantastic idea. It's on my bucket list, but I did the other day watch a documentary where they showed how far you actually have to walk from the camp to actually see the gorillas, and that it's all up the mountain. So I'm reconsidering. So actually, that is one of the tourism models that I actually like. A lot of the funding from the tourism actually goes to support the rangers that are looking after those gorillas. Moose, apparently that's good luck. Why are you complaining? It's just like it's very hard to come by because it's a very small company. But look up the gorilla coffee. Barry, you just gave me flashbacks. I don't know if you remember the Flintstone movie where the pterodactyl poops on the bus. That was pretty cool. Yeah, the guys do pretty well. I mean, they've got a lot of projects that is whether it's. I think the biggest thing that is a threat to gorillas is still habitat loss. So I think those projects are not really able to increase the amount of. But Troy, I sent you a message and you never replied. You sent me a message requesting something, and I sent you a message and you never replied. I'm confused. The answer is yes, by the way. Okay, Moose. You're trying to be funny. You just won yourself a little block there, blocking action. So why did I not think of doing part of this live, like at the watering hole? Because my Kalahari Ferrari, that would have worked fantastic for that. Remember, that was a loaner vehicle. Is currently occupied doing other quite important work. So the sharing of the vehicle doesn't always work into our favor. And that is why we are pushing for the EV as well, because it's just gonna, we can't launch the live safaris on a thing that today I can't do it, tomorrow I can't. And that was not the original agreement, but because of our stance on certain topics, but we're not gonna drop it completely. The Kalahari Ferrari, when available to us, I will be using to go out and producing just like videos for YouTube and things like that. But I can't reliably tell everybody I will be online every morning at a certain time. I will be online every afternoon at a certain time. So, yeah, the struggle continues. Waylon, actually I've got a very nice little setup. I don't think so, Barry. I don't have a problem with the walking as such. What I do have a problem with is, you realise how much crap I'm going to have to carry with me. Oh, well, you do the filming, so yeah. So Waylon, I actually have a nice little studio-like setup inside. If you've seen some of my YouTube videos, you've seen it. I just had a look at the weather this morning and decided I want to be outside. Yeah, Barry. I know. But I mean, come on, let's be honest. I don't even go that far for vacation. Now you want me to walk? Are you crazy? Or what's the other one? I don't even phone that for. So right, guys, next topic. What's another topic we can talk about? Keep the questions coming. Hey, look, they're back. Look, they're back. The bonsai rhinos had made another appearance. They've actually been quite entertaining this morning. Yep, I'm properly in the bush, but I've been watching these two this morning. It's actually quite funny. So we got the little pond over there, or the little watering hole. So what they seem to be doing is they hop in the watering hole and they go for a swim and they cool down. No worries, Barry, have a good one. I hope you get all the editing done without going square-eyed. So and there they go. There they go. Let me show you guys. Let me show you guys. So it's a big she. Okay guys, so I'm making an executive decision here. I am going to stop the YouTube stream and just carry on TikTok. So for those of you on the YouTube stream, we're still active on TikTok.